do have a severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect for northwestern Clark, southwestern Ford, southeastern Gray, northern Meade, and northeastern Seward counties until 5:15 Central Time. This storm moving off to the northeast at 50 miles per hour is going to be capable of some 60-mile-per-hour winds and hail to half-dollar size, quarter-dollar size, I'd say. Half-dollar size is going to be on the larger end with this storm. Our radar looking at quarter-size hail looks like just northeast of Plains, and that is pushing off to the northeast right now where you see those shades of pink and white. So again, that storm again moving off fairly quickly to the northeast. We also looks like have another storm going up there just south of Montezuma, and that storm could become severe as well. Maybe you're already be getting some small hail with it, and perhaps up to quarter size. That's pushing off to the north and east. So we're tracking 2 cells within this warning polygon that will continue to push off to the north and east, potentially affecting Dodge City here within the next little while. In fact, we have a storm over the northern ends of town in Dodge City right now, but that is not severe at this point in time. Again, let's take a statewide view, and again you can see we've seen some storms develop this afternoon from southwest into south central Kansas. They have struggled to become severe. In fact, this warning that we have in place across southwest Kansas is from a storm that came out from the Oklahoma Panhandle. So far we haven't had any storms develop across Kansas that have been severe, but we have seen storms develop also across eastern Colorado. They are continuing to push eastward. We do have a couple tornado warnings in effect. We're going to watch these storms carefully as they continue to progress eastward into the afternoon hours. Again, we are going to be looking at storms potentially increasing in coverage over the next few hours, and we are monitoring the portions of western Kansas for the possibility of a severe weather watch within the next few hours. But again, we're going to just have to kind of see how these storms are going to unfold over the next little while as they continue to push eastward, likely into western Kansas later on this evening. And again, we'll watch these cells too that have developed across southwest Kansas carefully as well, as they could pose that risk for some severe weather as well. So again, storms are most likely going to form into a line as we head on into the later parts of tonight and push eastward, although again that is still uncertain as to how that's going to occur. We do have storms that are sort of widely scattered apart, but again, the conditions that we have in place are going to keep in mind that we could be looking at some severe weather again far western portions of the state here this evening, and that could spread eastward, potentially affecting central and eastern Kansas later on tonight. So we'll be here tracking it, and we'll keep you up to date right here on live stream, or right here on SiriusWX.net, as well as on our Facebook page at facebook.com/SiriusWeather, and on Twitter at SiriusWX. Keep it right here. You're watching live coverage on SiriusWX.net. And good afternoon, everyone. We are tracking some severe storms across the west central portions of the state. Let's take a look at the radar picture right now, and you can see that we do have one severe thunderstorm warning in effect. That is across the west central portions of Kansas, and that is in effect here across Hamilton and Kearney counties. That goes until 6:30 Central Time. Let's take a look at this storm in a little bit more detail now. As our radar estimates the maximum hail size here up to around ping pong ball size or so, as that storm is pushing off to the north and east at 20 miles per hour. We could also be seeing some 60-mile-per-hour winds accompanying that storm, again across the eastern portions of Hamilton, western and northwestern portions of Kearney County, northwest of Lakin, affecting areas right along US 50 right now. So again, that storm continues to push off to the northeast fairly slowly at around 20 miles per hour. We're also tracking a tornado-warned storm just across the border into eastern Colorado. We're going to see if that maintains its strength, but again, that's moving actually fairly slowly, so that may not impact western Kansas here for a little while, but we will keep an eye on that. As we take a look across the western portions of the state right now, we're tracking some storms that have been going on for much of the afternoon across southwest Kansas from Garden City down toward Dodge City and around the Pratt area, and then more storms across the northeastern portion of Colorado pushing southeastward. Those could be impacting northwest Kansas here in the next little while, and that is why we do have some watches in place. Let's take a look. These were just issued, and what I've been working on here behind the scenes, we have a tornado watch in effect for the county shaded in red in the western portion of the state. And then we're tracking a severe thunderstorm watch in the northwest portion of the state. Both of these go until 1 a.m. And as the reason why we're looking, I think, at a tornado watch across the southwestern portion of the state is because that we are looking at these storms a little bit more discrete. They're a little bit more by themselves. They're not necessarily in a line right now. So I think that's why the Storm Prediction Center issued a tornado watch for that region, and then it's a severe thunderstorm watch in northwest Kansas, because it looks like those storms are beginning to form more into a line as they push southeastward, so we'd see more of a threat for some damaging winds and hail there, and then still can't quite rule out a spin-up tornado within that line, and then across the west central and southwest corners of Kansas, including Hays, Garden City, Dodge City, Liberal, a tornado watch, because again, we can't rule out a couple tornadoes. In fact, across eastern Colorado, when these storms were developing, in fact, let's take you back to the radar picture. Across eastern Colorado earlier today, when these storms developed, they did have several tornadoes that were on the ground for a good amount of time. So that's what the concern is here as these storms continue to the east across eastern Colorado into the western portions of the state here this evening and into the overnight hours. So again, we're going to have to continue to keep an eye on things. Eventually, there is the possibility that these storms may form into a line and push eastward into western and then eventually into central Kansas with more of a threat for some damaging winds and perhaps some hail. Still couldn't quite rule out a spin-up tornado if that happens, but again, we're just going to have to continue to see how things unfold through the afternoon and here to the evening and overnight hours. So keep it right here. We're tracking these storms live with live streaming radar and coverage right here on SiriusWX.net. And if you take a look at the links above me, we have coverage on Facebook and Twitter as well. So follow us there for the latest updates as well. We'll be here tracking the storms all night long right here from Sirius Weather. Keep it right here on SiriusWX.net. We'll continue to keep you updated. I'm lead forecaster Peyton Sanders here in the Cirrus Weather Lab. We are tracking some severe weather, getting ready to move through the western portions of the state. We're already tracking a few severe thunderstorm warnings, or in fact, only one severe thunderstorm warning at this point in time. Let's go ahead and take a look that we do have another line of storms about to move through into the northwestern corner of the state. Let's put the radar picture here up to the current time, and what you can see is this line of storms that has begun to develop. In fact, you can see out some ahead of it, some more cells beginning to develop, and that's likely going to help let this line develop even further and strengthen and push southeastward. Let's take a look. In fact, a new severe thunderstorm warning was just issued there along that line for Cheyenne and Rawlins counties for some quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Again, that warning there for Cheyenne and Rawlins County. Let's take a closer look at that storm right now, and we can zoom in and see that it's going to be affecting the St. Francis area here not before too long. In fact, let's put it into motion for you, and you can see it is moving off to the southeast, and we've had new cells develop here pretty rapidly just north of Goodland out ahead of this line. So again, 60-mile-per-hour winds and hail up to the size of quarters with these cores that you see of pink and white as that line of storms again continues to push off to the south and east right now. We're also tracking these storms developing just north and northwest of Goodland. We're going to be monitoring those carefully, as those could go severe as well here not before too long. And then that line does stretch all the way down south into the east central portions of Colorado. So we're going to keep an eye on that line as it continues to push southeastward. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for portions of Hamilton and Kearney counties. That remains in effect until 6:30. This storm, located near Kendall, moving to the northeast at 20 miles per hour. It's going to be capable of some ping-pong ball-sized hail and some 60-mile-per-hour winds. So again, there you can see it's just northeast of Kendall right now, moving off to the northeast fairly slowly. Again, they're going to be affecting the eastern portions of of Hamilton County into the northwestern portions of Kearney County here within the next little while. As we take a statewide view right now, we'll kind of back it out so you can get a little bit more of the regional radar scope, and you can see that that line of storms does continue to push southeastward from northeast Colorado and southwest Nebraska. We're going to likely see this going to be the best chance for some damaging wind gusts as it continues to push to the east through west central and northwest Kansas, and this could combine with the activity that we currently have across southwest Kansas over the next little while and form ultimately a line of storms that will push eastward through central Kansas tonight, posing a greater risk for some damaging straight-line winds as well as some hail in some of these cores of the storm. So we're going to keep an eye on that. And some of you wondering why there's a tornado watch in effect for the west central, southwest corners of Kansas, including Hays. Let's take a look at the watch map right now, and you can see that Hays is included within this tornado watch. These storms a little bit out by themselves right now could pose an isolated risk for a tornado, but overall the threat's going to be for some large hail damaging winds, but again, can't quite rule out a couple tornadoes within the watch area. But again, as we head toward the overnight hours, the threat's going to transition more to damaging straight line wind gusts. So both of these watches, the severe thunderstorm watch in northwest Kansas and this tornado watch, go until 1 a.m. So we're going to be here tracking the threat all night long right here on SiriusWX.net. Be sure to follow us on Facebook and Twitter as well for the latest storm coverage. Keep it here. We'll continue to keep you updated. You're watching live coverage on SiriusWX.net. forecaster Peyton Sanders here in the Cirrus Weather Lab. We have a tornado warning to bring you right now. Let's get right to it. Today's tornado warning has just been issued for Finney and Kearney counties. This goes until 7:15. Let's get the radar into that storm and show you. You've been watching it behind the scenes carefully, and let's get a closer look to it. We do have some areas of population that we do need to warn here. Let's take a look at the rotation within the storm right now. And there is a well-defined couplet right here. This is going to be the most likely location of the possible tornado, pushing northeast right toward Wolf Deerfield. This is also going to be a close call for you. Again, your location's under a tornado warning that goes until 7:15 p.m. Central Time. So again, if we overlay the normalized radar, and you can see that we have our well-defined inflow notch coming into the storm right now, just west of Deerfield, northeast of Lakin, and this is going to be our most likely location of that possible tornado, again, as it continues to push off to the north and east. So again, we're keeping a close eye on that storm as it continues to move off to the north and east. Again, this is going to be impacting Deerfield around 6:55, so just another couple of minutes left to go, and Holcomb around 7:15, and then Wolf here sometime in between there. So again, Deerfield, Wolf, and Holcomb, you need to be taking your tornado precautions at this time. Again, the safest place to be during a tornado is the basement. If you don't have a basement, you need to get to the lowest level of your home as possible, away from windows. The best place is going to be in a bathroom or a closet if you don't have a basement. You're going to need to cover yourself with blankets and pillows when you're taking your tornado precautions to protect yourself from potentially flying debris. And no matter where you take shelter, you need to wear your shoes to your shelter in case there is debris. When you walk outside, you're not going to have things to be stepping on. So again, this isn't a confirmed tornado on the ground at this point, but there is enough rotation on radar that we are concerned, and the radar just updating there. I can see it behind me. Let's go ahead and come back now, as we do have an updated sweep of the radar coming in, and we can still see that oh wow, that rotation signature has increased. The brighter the colors you see, the stronger the winds. So we are looking at that, again, possible tornado there west of Deerfield, pushing off to the north and east. And we circled the most likely location of possible tornado. Again, it's just going to be just northeast of Lakin. So Lakin, you are not within the warned zone. It is Deerfield, Wolf, and Holcomb, the eastern portions there of Kearney County, and the northwestern portions of Finney County under this tornado warning. Garden City, you are not included right now. So again, we are continuing to track this evening. Let me post something here. Alright, just had to post there on Facebook there about this tornado warning. Again, I'm one-man banding everything right now, so we're continuing to track this tornado warning. Again, if you're just joining us, let's back out the radar view and show you just where we are. We're in the west central southwest portions of the state. We are tracking this tornado warning again for eastern Kearney County, the northwestern portions of Finney County. It is northwest of Garden City and northeast of Lakin. Those locations are not included within this tornado warning. What are locations that are included: Deerfield, Wolf, Holcomb, Those are population centers that are included within this tornado warning. Again, it continues to push off to the north and east right now. Let me get the latest text from the National Weather Service. Tornado warning does continue here for west central Finney and east central Kearney counties here until 7:15. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is northeast of Lakin, just west of Deerfield, and moving off to the north and east at 25 miles per hour. Could also be seeing some ping pong ball size hail with this storm, but that's going to be more likely here, where you see the shades of the pink and purple colors. So again, this storm continuing to push off to the northeast at 25 miles per hour. The radar site off to our south and east in Dodge City, so we have the red colors blowing away from the radar, the green colors coming in toward the radar, and that's where we get our counterclockwise circulation, and that is our most likely location of this possible tornado right now. It is just going to be there just west of Deerfield as it continues to push off to the north and east. So this is a well-defined couplet. As it continues to push off to the north and east, you definitely need to be taking shelter with this one just west, or if you are in Deerfield and Wolf, as well as Holcomb, the east central portions of Kearney County, and the northwestern portions of Finney County. Again, Garden City, Lakin, you're not included within this tornado warning. There is no threat for your location right now, but again, that's what we continue to look at as that storm continues to push off to the northeast right now, again at 25 miles per hour. So Deerfield, you for sure need to be in your shelter. I'm looking at things behind the scenes right now, and I have a scan of the radar that's a little bit more updated here behind the scenes. This rotation could be just around the Deerfield area right now, so if you're in Deerfield especially, you need to be in your tornado shelters. Wolf, you're going to be next in line, and Holcomb, you need to be in your shelter as well. The storm, again, continuing to push off to the north and east, and again, we could be looking at that large hail threat on the northern end of that storm as well. So we need to keep an eye on this right now as it continues to push off to the north and east. Again, the safest place to be during a tornado is an underground shelter, your storm cellar, or a basement. If you don't have either one of those, then you need to get to the lowest level of your home, in the center of your home, away from windows. Don't go in the old wives' tale of open the windows to equalize the pressure, leave the windows closed. You need to get to the center of the home and under something sturdy. A good place to be is going to be the closet or the bathroom. Cover yourself with blankets and pillows. Maybe bring the mattress in there with you to cover yourself up with. Get underneath the couch. Tilt the couch over. Get underneath the couch, underneath it, just to have something to cover you with from potentially flying debris. No matter where you take shelter, you need to take your shoes to your shelter, wear your shoes to your shelter in case there is flying debris. Again, tornado warning does continue till 7:15. The threat is northwest of Garden City. Garden City is not included within this. It is just going to be northeast of Lakin, around the Deerfield area right now. In fact, here's this updated radar sweep that I was looking at behind the scenes, and it's going to be right over the Deerfield area right now, or just northwest. So if you are in that area, you need to be taking your tornado precautions. And Wolf, it's going to be very close to you within the matter of minutes. So this continues to push off to the north and east right now, 25 miles per hour. So it's going to be a close call for Wolf, especially Deerfield here in the short term. And then Holcomb as well, you're also included within this tornado warning. Oh my. Okay, give me a moment here. I'm looking at something behind the scenes, and there is a, with an updated radar sweep behind the scenes here. And it does look like that there's a definite increase in possibly a tornado debris signature here. As I'm looking at things behind the scenes, it looks like the most likely area for that's going to be just northwest of Deerfield. I can actually circle that on here for you. In fact, let me take a look here. I have behind the scenes, I have a radar image from 6:58 p.m. The one that you're seeing here on your screen is at 6:53. So allow me a moment here. I'll kind of draw this on to what I'm looking at behind the scenes, and it looks like there is a stronger area of rotation there northwest of Deerfield as I'm looking at things here behind the scenes. That could possibly be a tornado on the ground, and I'm looking at some other dual polarization products that all the radars across the U.S. have been upgraded to dual pol, and let me See if this will update here. And yeah, there could potentially be a tornado debris signature. It's sort of in a messy area. But again, that's on my secondary source of radar behind the scenes right now. But again, that's just going to be, based on what I'm seeing behind the scenes, is just going to be to the north-northwest of Deerfield, moving off to the north and east. So that could potentially put Wolf in a little bit greater impact zone. So I have the area circled on the radar that I'm looking at behind the scenes. We'll be getting that sweep here on the broadcast radar here. There it is, just coming in there. So again, there is a marked little increase of rotation there north of Deerfield, just west of Wolf right now, pushing off to the north and east. We're going to have to keep an eye on this as it continues to push off to the north and east right now, and that could potentially be becoming rain-wrapped right now. As we take a look, let me sort of shift it around. Let me get the radar picture back to what we are looking at here. And if I circle that area on there and put it with the normalized radar that you're used to seeing, you can see that's going to be obscured by rain. So this could potentially, if it is on the ground, be rain-wrapped. So we're going to have to keep a close eye on that as it continues to push off to the north and east again, around 25 miles per hour. The tornado warning does remain in effect until 7:15. It's for the west central portions of Finney and east central Kearney counties until, again, 7:15 Central Time. Storm capable of producing a tornado near or just north of Deerfield, moving off to the northeast at 25 miles per hour. Wolf, you're going to be impacted here within a matter of a few minutes. Holcomb could potentially be impacted around 7:10. But it does look like, based on our current sweep of the radar, that it may remain to the northwest of you, but you're still included within this tornado warning, so you do need to continue to stay hunkered down in your tornado shelters. Let's hit on some of these other storms, as I know we have more viewers tuning in who could potentially be elsewhere. We have a severe thunderstorm warning here north of this tornado warning. It's for the same storm, but more for the hail threat. Hail up to ping pong ball size and 60-mile-per-hour winds possible as that storm continues to push off to the north and east. And as we take a look here to northwest Kansas, storms have really begun to form into a line, and as we put that in motion for you, you can see that is moving right through the Goodland area right now in northwest Kansas. We could be looking at some winds. Let me look here at the latest warning information. The southernmost warning here includes Goodland and Sharon Springs. It is in effect until 7:15. We could be looking at some 70-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail possible with that portion of the line. And then the farther north, the northernmost warning was just issued here a short time ago for Cheyenne, Decatur, Rawlins counties in northwest Kansas until 8 p.m. Central Time. This line of storm is going to be capable of producing some 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts and some quarter-size hail. Just confirmed now a tornado is on the ground 2 miles north of Deerfield. Let's head back to that storm right now. Just getting in the report on our latest chat room here behind the scenes. A confirmed tornado, 6:59 p.m., 2 miles north of Deerfield in Kearney County. County official reported that, and there has been multiple sightings of this tornado, and they noted that it was moving in a northeasterly direction. So, as I said, there was a strong little increase in a sort of more defined area of rotation there just north of Deerfield. And we're going to continue to keep an eye on that, but again, I'm looking at, I just got in a new sweep behind the scenes of a radar sweep at 7:22, or excuse me, at 7:03, and the one you're seeing on your screen right now is from 6:58. And the one behind the scenes here doesn't show the rotation quite as strong as the sweep that you're seeing right now, so this could hopefully have weakened right now, but we do continue with the tornado warning here, again, until 7:15 for the east central portions of Kearney County, northwestern portions of Finney County. You can see Garden City down here in the lower right-hand corner of your screen, not included within this tornado warning. It's going to be, again, Wolf, Deerfield, Holcomb. You're still included within this tornado warning, and you all in those locations need to remain in your tornado shelters at this point. We continue to track this storm. Again, if you're just joining us, the confirmed tornado 2 miles north of Deerfield by a county official. Multiple sightings, and that storm again continue to push off to the north and east. Updated sweep of the radar now, and you can see, let's go back to our previous frame there, where we had a pretty good little couplet there in a small area. That has now seemed to have weakened considerably, but we're going to have to just continue to keep an eye on it as it continues to push off to the east. These could sort of cycle to where we see a tornado for a little while, and then it goes away, and then we see a tornado spin up again. So we're going to need to keep an eye on this, and that's why the tornado warning is going to continue until 7:15 p.m. Again, the east central portions of Kearney County, northwestern Finney County, as that storm continues to push off to the north and east. Also, we'll keep an eye perhaps on the southern end of that storm, now just south of Deerfield. Potentially perhaps something else happening there as well, but that's not, we're going to just have to continue to keep an eye on things. Let's back out and show you exactly where we are. We're in southwest Kansas right now, where we do continue to track this severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. The northern end of it, you could be getting some hail up to ping pong ball size as it continues to push off to the north and east right now. So again, we're continuing to keep an eye on that. And then in northwest Kansas, we're tracking this line of storms that is formed. We saw clusters of storms a little bit earlier, but new activity out ahead of it developed, and those have interacted to form a line of storms pushing through the northwestern portion of Kansas. Winds up to 70 miles per hour, and perhaps some hail to quarter size as this line of storms continues to push off to the east. I do want to show you that we do have a severe thunderstorm watch in effect for the northwestern corner of Kansas for those counties shaded in yellow. That does go until 1 a.m. Central Time, and we do have a tornado watch that is in effect for the county shaded in red. That does include Hays, as well as Garden City, Dodge City, and Liberal. That also goes until 1 a.m. And the reason why we see the tornado watch across those counties is because these storms are not as much in a line at this point and could still pose a risk for some of that isolated tornado threat. Further north, it's looking like storms are beginning to form more into a line, which is why we have a severe thunderstorm watch there. Now, if I take you back to the radar picture here, ultimately what may happen tonight is we see this line of storms already across the northwestern portions of Kansas, these cluster of storms across southwest Kansas. These could ultimately combine here over the next little while, over the next few hours, to form one big line and push eastward into central Kansas. So we could potentially be seeing more watches and threats for severe weather across central Kansas overnight tonight. So we're going to keep an eye on that. If that were to occur, we'd see more of the risk switched over to a damaging straight line wind potential up to around 75 miles per hour. And again, perhaps some hail to quarter size within the stronger cores of the storm. Again, as these cluster storms continue to push eastward. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that as we continue on here into the overnight hours and see if we could be watching for some more watches for central Kansas later on tonight. Let's head back to the tornado warned storm now across the east central portions of Kearney County, northwestern Finney County, and the area of rotation isn't quite as defined as it was earlier, and I'm looking at things behind the scenes and even more recent radar sweep here, and it shows that the rotation isn't too strong now at this point. These storms are sort of, let me take you here to our normalized radar, and these storms are just to the south of it around Lakin for areas south of US 50. We're seeing more storms beginning to push into this area, so that could be cutting off some of that warm inflow that we need to get into this storm to see a tornado. So that's definitely some good news, but this tornado warning does continue until 7:15, and we're going to have to just wait and see what the Weather Service is going to do with that. So within the next 5 minutes, we should begin to see what the Weather Service will say about that storm. But again, looking at things here, both on the radar here and behind the scenes, it does look like that the tornado threat is beginning to diminish, but we'll continue to keep an eye on it. Again, earlier report at 6:59 was of a tornado that was 2 miles north of Deerfield. Again, that was at 6:59, so about 10 minutes ago. A county official reported that with multiple sightings. So again, it's just one of those days that we could see these spin-up tornadoes across southwest Kansas. That was the case earlier today across eastern Colorado. You can see in the first few frames there we had quite a few tornadoes reported and several tornado warnings. But again, those storms have now formed more into a line across northwest Kansas, and we'll see how that will sort of interact with this cluster of storms in southwest Kansas as we head on here into the next few hours, and see if those storms can form into a big line and push eastward, mainly with a threat for some damaging straight line winds. So again, a severe thunderstorm watch in place. The far northwestern portions of Kansas, tornado watch remains in effect across the county shaded in red. West central and southwest Kansas, including Hays. Again, we could be looking at the threat for some isolated tornadoes here across the tornado watch area, as well as a threat for some large hail and damaging winds. And in the severe thunderstorm watch area, county shaded in yellow in northwest Kansas, Goodland, Colby, Hill City, more of a risk for some damaging straight line winds, as well as some isolated large hail. Again, I don't think we could quite rule out a spin-up tornado there within that line here, especially early on, but we'll continue to keep an eye on that as these storms continue to progress eastward. So let's head back to the radar picture, and we'll stick with this storm just for a little bit longer across southwest Kansas. That we do still have a tornado warning in effect for about another 3 minutes. We should find out here momentarily what the Weather Service in Dodge City will do regarding that tornado warning, if they'll let it expire or if a new tornado warning will be issued. But I imagine we'll see this tornado warning be allowed to expire, as rotation has weakened considerably from what we saw a little bit earlier with this storm. So again, we'll keep an eye on that. But again, the northern portions of this storm, we could be looking at a large hail threat as well, perhaps up to quarter to ping pong, or from quarter to up to ping pong ball size. Again, that storm moving off to the north and east at 25 miles per hour. It could, looks like it's mainly going to miss out on Garden City, but we're going to have to continue to keep an eye on things. We just got in a new severe thunderstorm warning here. This has been issued for portions of northwest Kansas. Let's head up there to that storm right now, and let's take a look at things as we take a look. This is a new severe thunderstorm warning for northwestern Gove, Logan County, western Sheridan County, Sherman County, Thomas County, and Wallace County until 8:15 Central Time. Line of storms moving eastward is going to be looking at a risk for some 70-mile-per-hour winds and some hail to quarter size. So we're going to keep an eye on this line of storms as it pushes eastward. And you can see there's the new warning that has been issued. It does include Colby now, Winona, Sharon Springs, over toward Grinnell, Oberlin, all of these counties, much of northwest Kansas, included in a severe thunderstorm warning at this point. Again, meaning severe weather is imminent as this line of storms continues to push eastward. Damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour, and again, perhaps some quarter-size hail where you see some of those shades of pink and purple is where we'll be most likely seeing that threat for some of that large hail. We'll also monitor the southern portion of the line. Right now we still do have a tornado warning across east central Colorado. We'll see what happens with that and see if it can maintain its strength. Again, we can't quite rule out spin-up tornadoes within this line as it continues eastward across northwest Kansas. So again, Goodland, you're likely about to be getting in on the winds right about now. Winds up to 70 miles per hour. Later down toward Brewster and Sharon Springs, on up toward Atwood, and then potentially affecting Colby, Winona, and far east out toward Grinnell, Selden, and on up there toward Oberlin and just west of Norcator. So we'll keep an eye on things as that line of storms continues to progress eastward. Let's head back to the storms in southwest Kansas and kind of show you what warnings that we do have. We have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect across around Ulysses and Moscow over towards Sublette. This is a severe thunderstorm warning. Southwestern Finney, Grant County, Haskell County, southeastern Kearney County, northern Seward, and northeastern Stevens counties until 8. 60-mile-per-hour winds going to be possible with this storm as that storm continues to push eastward. The Weather Service has issued now a new tornado warning. Let's head back here. It's on that same storm that we were tracking earlier. And good evening, everyone. We are continuing to track severe weather across the southwestern portions of the state. Right now, we do have a new tornado warning that has been issued. Let's take a look at it right now. It's for the same storm that we were tracking earlier. This is a tornado warning for the northwestern portions of Finney County until 7:45. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is near Holcomb, moving off to the north and east right now. Let's take a look at the rotation within this storm, and it is still that weak area of rotation that was earlier produced a tornado there north and west of Deerfield. In fact, here's one report at 5 miles west of Deerfield. That was at 6:47, and then later there north of Deerfield, multiple sightings, 6:59 p.m. So again, this is sort of that same area of rotation right now that we're tracking there. Let's get in we'll keep it there. East of Wolf, north of Holcomb, there's that area of rotation that we are monitoring for the possible tornado as that storm continues to move off to the north and east right now. This storm is going to remain north of Holcomb and north of Garden City. It continues to track off to the northeast right now. So again, a new tornado warning for northwestern Finney County until 7:45. This is radar indicated. We did earlier have this storm produce tornadoes. If you can see those icons there, north and west of Deerfield. So this is why the National Weather Service has issued a new tornado warning. They are concerned that this tornado could sort of spin up again. And as I mentioned earlier when we were tracking this a few moments ago, these storms can sort of spin up a tornado and then they can go away for a moment, then it can spin back up. So I think the National Weather Service in Dodge City is erring on the side of caution there as this storm continues across the northern portions of Finney County. So again, tornado warning till 7:45. The threat is going to be there north of Holcomb, north of Garden City. Let me get in here a little bit closer and see if we have any other smaller towns included within this warning. And the good news, it does look like that it's affecting mainly the rural areas of Finney County right now. Could potentially the US 83, portions of US 83 south of Friend and north of Garden City, north of the intersection of US 50 and US 83 is impacted by this tornado warning again. Possible tornado there north and west of Holcomb, continuing to push off to the northeast right now. That's at around 20 miles per hour. So a fairly slow moving storm. If this tornado is on the ground, it could potentially be obscured by rain. This is the most likely location of that tornado, so we have rain surrounding it, so it could be rain wrapped as it's continuing to push off to the north and east right now. We'll keep an eye on that storm right now, but again, if you're just joining us, a new tornado warning for northwestern Finney County until 7:45. The threat is going to remain north of Garden City and north of Holcomb. If we take a look at the rotation within this storm, this is the most likely location if that tornado is going to come down again. That was where it would be, and it is continuing to push off to the north and east. So again, north of Garden City and north of Holcomb, east of Wolf. The storm does have a history of producing a tornado. Earlier around 6:47 we had a report west of Deerfield, and then at 6:59 we had a report just to the north of Deerfield. So again, this storm does have a history of producing tornadoes. It could produce another one at any time, so you need to keep that in mind as this storm continues to push off to the north and east right now. Again, where's the safest place to be during a tornado? Well, that's going to be in an underground shelter, so a basement or a storm cellar. That's going to be the best place to be. If you don't have a basement or a storm cellar, you need to get into the lowest level of your home as possible, away from windows. Get into the center of your home, cover yourself with blankets and pillows, wear your shoes to your shelter no matter where you go to protect yourself. Of course, bring the blankets and pillows. If you don't have a basement, again, get into the center of your home, get under a couch or something like that, and then cover yourself with blankets and pillows to protect yourself from flying debris. So again, we're going to continue to keep a close eye on this as this storm continues to push off to the north and east. Again, north of Garden City and north of Holcomb. And it does look like it's affecting mainly the rural areas of Finney County, and in this latest radar sweep, it does look like the rotation has fairly weak at this point, but we're going to keep an eye on that. I am looking at this and getting a little bit concerned now northwest of Deerfield once again. There might be something trying to go there. We're going to keep an eye on that. Let me look at something here behind the scenes and see what the Weather Service is saying on that. Yeah, they do have a little statement here behind the scenes as well. They are monitoring that as well. They're just northwest of Deerfield, so there could potentially be something there going up northwest of Deerfield once again. And as we put that into motion, that would continue to the northeast as well. Let me show you what we had earlier. This is when we likely saw the tornado on the ground. You can see how strong that signature was, and then it picked back up again there just west of Wolf, and then it sort of weakened out as we're looking at it now. But now we're also watching this threat there just to the northwest of Deerfield for potentially another little spin up that may occur. But again, no tornado warning on that area of the storm at this point, but the Weather Service in Dodge City is saying that they are keeping a close eye on that storm as well. Just got in a new report, a delayed report here of that tornado when it moved around Deerfield. Just west of Deerfield, we had a spotter report, a brief small cone tornado less than 1 mile from Deerfield. So that tornado could have potentially impacted Deerfield there. We'll come back to that. I'm sure the Weather Service in Dodge City will head out there tomorrow or potentially later tonight, probably tomorrow, to see what sort of damage may have took place there. So again, we do continue with this tornado warning. The northern portions of Finney County, that goes until 7:45, and we're also watching that area there just to the northwest of Deerfield right now that could potentially be looking at another spin up trying to go. So we're going to keep a close eye on that area of the storm, as will the Weather Service in Dodge City, as that storm continues to push off to the northeast. Let's head to northwest Kansas right now. We're tracking a line of storms that is continuing to push off to the east. Much of northwest Kansas is going to be impacted by this, mainly for the potential of some damaging straight line winds up to 70 miles per hour, as well as some hail and some of these in the cores of these storms where you see the pink and purple shades. Again, 70 mile per hour winds going to potentially be impacting, in fact, moving through Goodland right now. Later impacting Sharon Springs, Winona, Brewster, Colby, on up toward Oberlin and down toward Grinnell, right along I-70. So we're going to keep an eye on that, but again, the main potential there right now at this point looks to be some damaging straight line wind gusts. Let me look at things here behind the scenes as we continue to track that line of storms and see what the Weather Service is saying. Let me switch on over here to the Goodland site behind the scenes. I want to look at something here. Wow, that's really messed up. Okay. We've got a really bad sweep of the radar there from Goodland. So, again, 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. I'd say 70 mile per hour winds going to be more likely as this line of storms continues to push off to the east. I'm looking at that storm that we were talking earlier. Let's head back to southwest Kansas right now. Let's first show you what's happening statewide. All of the severe weather right now in western Kansas. We are looking at some showers moving through south central Kansas. No severe weather there. Potentially, this line across northwest Kansas could be combining with the area across southwest Kansas later on tonight to form a line of line of storms capable of damaging winds moving eastward, perhaps into central Kansas here later on tonight. So we're going to keep an eye on that. Central Kansas, you're not particularly out of the woods for tonight. The storms are just continuing across western Kansas for the time being. Let's head on back to the storm here across west central Kansas. Take a look at the rotation right now, and you can see that it's not quite as strong as it was earlier here with this tornado warning storm that we have until 7:45 for Finney County. But I am watching this area here just west of Wolf, northwest of Deerfield for potentially a new circulation that could be developing, so we're going to keep an eye on that. So if you're in Wolf, you're not within a tornado warning right now, or Deerfield, but you're going to want to continue to keep a close eye on things as that storm moves through your location. Nothing new in from the Weather Service in Dodge City on that threat, but we're going to continue to keep a close eye on it as that area continues to push off to the northeast. We do have some watches in place, and severe thunderstorm watch in the northwestern portions of Kansas for the county shaded in yellow. That goes until 1 a.m. Main threats there are going to be some damaging straight line winds, 70 to perhaps up to 75 miles per hour, and as well as some hail with some of the stronger cores of the storms. And then we could perhaps maybe see an isolated spin-up tornado or two there as well. We're also tracking a tornado watch that's in effect for the county shaded in red. That does include Hays, Garden City, Dodge City, Liberal, and that's where we're going to be looking at the threat, perhaps for some isolated tornadoes as we saw earlier around the Deerfield area, and is in addition to a threat for some large hail and damaging winds. So again, as I mentioned, central Kansas, you're not in a watch right now, but potentially later on tonight we could be seeing these storms form into a line and push eastward through central Kansas. So we're going to continue to keep an eye on things over the next several hours and see how we see these storms evolve as they get ready to push into central Kansas, and or as they get ready to perhaps combine together. In fact, let me show you what I'm talking about here. You can see the line of storms there across northwest Kansas right now. That's producing a line of damaging straight line winds, and then this other cluster of storms across southwest Kansas is beginning to make more of an eastward movement as well. So potentially these two right within this region could combine and form one big line of damaging winds as they push eastward tonight into central Kansas. So central Kansas, we could be looking at a threat including Wichita, but that's not going to come until later on tonight. So we'll continue to keep an eye on things. Let's head here to northwest Kansas right now. We just got in a damage report from some straight line winds in Goodland. Train spotter reported large tree branches and 2 trees down in Goodland. We had a measured 62 mile per hour wind gusts from the National Weather Service office in Goodland a few moments ago, and then we also had a measured 55 mile per hour wind gust. That was actually around 6:52, the 55 mile per hour wind gust. We had that measured 62 mile per hour wind gust come in at 7:15, so a little bit more of a recent report there. So again, straight line wind potential, we had a measured 59 mile per hour wind gust at 7:01 from Bird City in Cheyenne County. So again, damaging straight line winds, the potential there across northwest Kansas as that line continues to push off to the east. We'll keep an eye on it, as well as this cluster of storms across southwest Kansas. You can see those are pushing eastward, potentially now going to be looking at more of a straight line wind threat eventually develop there, pushing eastward, perhaps impacting Dodge City down toward Meade and Calvesta within the next little while. So we're going to keep an eye on things there. Let's head back to the tornado warning storm that we have across Finney County and see if the rotation has increased there. And I'm not really seeing much in the way of rotation now with that tornado warning. In fact, nothing really rotating at all now with that storm across the central portions of Finney County. But again, it is affecting mainly the rural areas. It's north of Garden City and Holcomb. And again, I'm not really seeing any good indications of rotation. But I am still monitoring that risk there right around the Wolf area. It's not really gotten itself together at this point, but potentially another circulation trying to go up there toward Wolf. We'll keep an eye on it right now. But again, the tornado warning does continue for Finney County until 7:45. It's not a bad idea to go ahead and stay in your shelter because, again, as I mentioned, these storms can sort of cycle around where we could see a tornado for a brief period of time, then it goes away and dissipates for a moment, then it spins back up. So that's why the Weather Service is continuing with this tornado warning again until 7:45 p.m. tonight. All right, let's head back here to the storm that's affecting Finney County right now. We do continue again with this tornado warning until 7:45, so another 10 minutes left to go on it right now. But again, as I mentioned, the rotation doesn't look nearly as strong as it did earlier across Finney County, and we do continue to monitor that possibility of a new spin up there around the Wolf area, but that really hasn't got itself together at this point. But the Weather Service in Dodge City is also continuing to monitor that potential there as that storm continues to push off to the east right now. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning a bit further to the south. Let's take a look at that. We haven't hit on that one at this point. We have a severe thunderstorm warning there until 8 o'clock for northeastern Grant, southwestern Finney, Haskell, and southeastern Kearney counties, as well as extreme northeastern Seward County. Some 70-mile-per-hour winds are going to be possible with that with that line of storm as it continues to push off to the east. We could potentially be looking at some wind gusts. It looks like up to 70 miles per hour is going to be more of that threat. As I'm looking things here behind the scenes. So that is going to be impacting Sublette. In fact, right now, Sublette probably getting in on some of those damaging winds. Let's see. No, looks like mainly the rural areas east of US 83 there across the southern portion of Finney County into Haskell County. That's continuing to push eastward right now. Could potentially be impacting Copeland here within the next little while. We'll probably see a new warning issued for that line of storms as it continues to push off to the east. Let's head back here and let's see. We haven't got a new radar sweep in yet, so let's come back to northwest Kansas right now. Continue to track that line of storms. Did we just get a new report? No, we haven't gotten a new report of wind damage, but again, we continue to track this line of storms that is pushing eastward. Severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. Let's hit on those right now. Let's start out with the northernmost warning on this line of storms. This is a severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 8 o'clock for the southwestern, Decatur, Cheyenne, and Rawlins counties. That goes until 8 p.m. Central Time, 7 o'clock Mountain Time. Some 70-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail going to be possible with that storm as it moves eastward. And then the southernmost warning on this line, that's in effect for Wallace, northwestern Gove, Logan, western Sheridan, Sherman, and Thomas counties until 8:15. This line of storms is also going to be capable of some 70-mile-per-hour winds and perhaps some quarter-size hail as it continues to move off to the east. In fact, we just got a new report of a large tree branches and several trees down in Goodland. That may be updated a little bit from our report earlier coming in from the Goodland area. So as you can see, we are looking at this line of storms packing a punch. We have had confirmed damage in Goodland due to these straight line winds as it continues to push off to the east. So Colby, you could potentially be impacted by this as this line of storms continues to push eastward, as well as Oberlin, Hoxie down toward Winona, Sharon Springs, and Grinnell. So we'll keep an eye on that as that line of storms continues to push off to the east. The tornado warning will be allowed to expire for Finney County, so there is no longer a tornado threat within Finney County. So if you are within this warning polygon, mainly the rural areas of the county, as I mentioned, it is safe to come out of shelter at this point in time. No imminent threat for tornadoes. Again, we'll continue to monitor that little circulation there around Wolf, but overall it doesn't look like that's got itself together, as I've continued to mention. And then you can see where you see these bright shades there north of Sublette, south of Garden City. That's the damaging winds that are pushing eastward across southwest Kansas, north of Sublette, with that severe thunderstorm warning that we talked about a few moments ago. So if you're out ahead of that line, east of US 83, potentially toward Copeland, you're about to be under the gun for this. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a new warning here soon for Pierceville, perhaps out as far as Cimarron, Montezuma, Copeland, and potentially if this keeps its strength, it could affect Dodge City within the next hour or so. So we're going to keep an eye on that. And as conditions are continuing favorable for severe weather across the western portions of the state, which is why we have a severe thunderstorm watch in effect across northwest Kansas. That goes until 1 a.m. and then a tornado watch across west central into central and southern Kansas. That goes until 1 a.m. as well. Again, that includes haze. We're going to continue to see the potential. It looks like now, as I'm looking at these storms on radar, the threat's going to transition more to some damaging winds, some damaging straight line winds. We still can't rule out that isolated spin-up tornado within a line, as well as some large hail with some of the stronger cores. So again, I wouldn't be surprised to see these storms begin to produce more of a straight line wind threat, but again, can't quite rule out that spin-up tornado chance here early on. And then if these two lines across northwest and southwest Kansas combine together, they could potentially form into one big line and impact central Kansas here late tonight. So that's something we'll continue to keep an eye on. So we're going to continue to track the storms right here from the Cirrus Weather Lab in Wichita with live coverage right here on cirruswx.net. You can also follow us on Facebook. The link's above right there for us on Facebook at facebook.com/cirrusweather and on Twitter at CirrusWX for the latest severe weather coverage. You're watching live coverage right here on CirrusWX.net. We'll continue with live streaming radar as well as we continue to keep you ahead of the storm. Keep it right here. We'll continue to keep you up to date. Good evening. We're continuing to track severe weather across the western portions of the state. Several severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. Let's go ahead and take a look at the latest severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect. Let's start across the southwestern portion of the state where we're tracking a line of storms that are pushing eastward, potentially affecting Dodge City here within the next little while. Some 70-mile-per-hour winds are going to be possible along this line of storms as it continues to push off to the east, as you can see. So a large severe thunderstorm warning in effect just because these storms are moving so rapidly eastward, and we're going to be looking at some damaging outflow winds possible. Let's come here a little bit further south and kind of show you some of the locations that will be impacted. Kismet, Plains, Meade, Fowler, on up toward Mineola. Going to be affected by some of those 70-mile-per-hour winds here soon, as well as Cimarron, Montezuma, the Ensign on over toward Dodge City, Calvesta. All of those locations going to be impacted by this line of damaging winds as it continues to push off to the east right now. So we're going to keep an eye on that as this continues to push eastward. We have an estimated 65-mile-per-hour wind gust 3 miles northwest of Pierceville. Winds were estimated at 60 to 70 miles per hour driving along Highway 50 in Finney County there in Pierceville. So just got in a new update on this severe thunderstorm warning, though. The Weather Service now saying winds up to 80 miles per hour could be possible. In fact, let me look at things here behind the scenes, and that does look like that could be the case. We have some very strong winds moving through. In fact, let me show you them. The brighter colors you see, the stronger the winds are, and we have some very bright colors, so that's indicating that we could be looking at some winds 70 to 80 miles per hour at that line as it continues to push off to the east. So you can see how that's rapidly racing to the east. We're also watching for the potential. It's not strong yet. There's nothing really defined. Watching for the potential along this line that we couldn't rule out a spin-up tornado, particularly there west of Montezuma, across the far eastern portions of Haskell County, southwestern Gray County. Okay, there's the new update coming in. Wow, when was that? We may have just had some really old radar data there. The Weather Service radar may have been down there for a moment because it looks like we just got in the new sweep coming in rather late. This was at 7:45. Now it's up to 8:03. So now it looks like that the strongest potential for some damaging winds are going to be again right there. Let me draw the leading edge of this line of damaging winds, and there it is again, pushing off in a east-northeasterly direction right now. So Ensign, Cimarron in the immediate impact zone. Here momentarily on up toward Calvesta and Dodge City. So we're watching this continue to push off to the east, and again, it's right around the Montezuma area that we couldn't rule out a spin-up tornado there. Just the way you can see how it's sort of curving inward, where we get a sort of some counterclockwise flow right in there. So we're going to continue to keep a close eye on that. But the main risk here is going to be for some damaging straight line winds that continue to push eastward. Dodge City likely going to be impacted by that as this continues to push off to the east. So we'll continue to keep a close eye on that as it continues to race off to the east. We have a severe thunderstorm warning here a little bit farther to the south and east. This is a severe thunderstorm warning for northern Clark County, southeastern Ford County, and southwestern Kiowa County until 8:30. Some quarter-size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds going to be possible with that storm as it pushes off to the east toward Buckland. So we're going to keep an eye on that storm as well. Let's head to northwestern Kansas right now, where we're tracking another line of storms. This packing more of a threat for some damaging straight-line winds as it continues to race off to the east very rapidly. Colby, Oberlin, immediate impact, as well as Winona. Then eventually over here toward Oakley, the Grinnell, Hoxie area, on up there toward Norcatur, and eventually to Norton, down toward Hill City, all going to be impacted as this line of storms continues to push off to the east. Let me look at something here behind the scenes. I was wondering about that. Brooks just letting me know that we may have a moderate risk of severe storms in place now. Yep, so we do now have a moderate risk of severe storms. We'll show you that here in a moment. But again, the northwestern portion of the state looking at some winds up to 70 miles per hour possible as well. Let's take a look here. I'm probably going to have to get rid of our background here and show you. Let me just go ahead and get rid of everything here for a moment. This is the moderate risk of severe storms that has just been issued by the Storm Prediction Center in their late evening update. So they are saying that this is going to be the most likely area that's going to be looking at the potential for some strong straight line wind gusts up to 80 miles per hour or more as this line of storms that we're tracking now continues to push off to the east. So that's the area of greatest concern here tonight. We're also going to be continuing to keep an eye on northwest Kansas, where we could be looking at a line of damaging winds as well, but we could be looking at some significant wind gusts over 75 miles per hour here across the southwestern and south central portions of the state overnight tonight, as well as the threat for a few spin-up tornadoes within that line. So definitely a night to go ahead and keep up with the severe weather risk, and you can keep up with it with us here at Cirrus Weather. We'll continue to track the latest storms here live for you with live streaming radar and coverage throughout the overnight hours right here on our website at cirruswx.net. You can also follow us on Facebook at facebook.com/cirrusweather and on Twitter at CirrusWX for the latest storm coverage as well. So we're going to continue to keep an eye on these storms. Again, a long night of severe weather ahead as these storms continue to race off to the east. Let's take a look at our watches that we do have in effect. We have a tornado watch that remains in effect for the county shaded in red. That includes Hays around Dodge City as well. That goes until 1 a.m. and then a severe thunderstorm watch for the northwestern portions of the state until 1 a.m. as well. I wouldn't be surprised if we see more watches issued here across central Kansas within the next couple of hours as these lines of storms continue to progress eastward. So that's something we'll continue to keep an eye on here as we could be looking at enhanced damaging wind potential right now. So Dodge City, Cimarron, you're likely getting in on some very gusty winds right now around Montezuma, Ensign, toward Ford County, Dodge City again. That's the strongest line of straight line damaging winds that we're looking at right now, and we're going to continue to keep that in mind and watch that threat as that line of storms continues to progress eastward. Keep it right here on CirrusWX.net. I'm lead forecaster Peyton Sanders. We'll continue to keep you updated on the latest severe weather situation. Good evening. We're continuing to track severe weather across the western portions of the state here tonight. Let's take a look at the latest radar picture up at the current time. We're tracking one line of storms across the northwestern portion of the state and then another across southwest Kansas. The one across southwest Kansas is producing the strongest wind gust right now, and it just moved through Dodge City. The storm has a history of producing a measured 78-mile-per-hour wind gust. It's 8 miles south of Ingalls in Gray County. We also had an estimated 70-mile-per-hour wind report in Gray County in the southeastern corner of the county. An estimated 60-mile-per-hour wind report there. So this storm does have a history of producing some very strong wind gusts as it continues to push eastward, and we can take a look at that right now. The strongest winds have moved through Dodge City right now, and we are looking at the leading edge of those damaging winds, moving right through the town of Ford right now, getting ready to move through Spearville and toward the Windhorst area. So if you're in the eastern sections now of Ford County, you're likely going to be under the gun for these damaging straight line winds as they continue to push eastward, and that'll potentially be impacting Kinsley and perhaps Greensburg as well as this continues to push off to the east. So you can see how they moved eastward and moved through the Dodge City area there a few moments ago. So we're going to continue to keep an eye on that line as it continues to push off to the east. Again, that's producing the strongest wind gust right now, and that does stretch down there toward Englewood and Ashland. You could be under the gun for some of those damaging winds as well, and eventually perhaps down toward the protection area. So we're going to keep a close eye on that line of storms as it continues to push off to the east. Let's head to northwest Kansas right now. We're tracking another line of storms. This line could be producing some 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts as it pushes off to the east right now. Currently impacting Norton down toward Hoxie and Grinnell. Eventually going to be impacting the Keinter and Hill City areas, and perhaps as this continues to push southeast, it could be affecting the Hayes area as well as up along toward Plainville and Phillipsburg. So we'll keep a close eye on that line as it continues to push eastward and southeastward as well. And then we're tracking, as we track these storms eastward tonight, the line with the most significant damaging winds is going to be here across southwest into south central Kansas. And in fact, we have a new severe thunderstorm watch that has been issued for much of central Kansas, including Wichita and Salina, just west of Topeka and Chanute. New severe thunderstorm watch issued there until 3 a.m. The potential is going to exist for some damaging winds up to 75 miles per hour, perhaps up to 80 miles per hour, as well as some isolated large hail potential as well. So we're going to keep an eye on that for south central Kansas is the greatest risk of some, or southwest into south central Kansas overnight for the strongest damaging winds, and then north central Kansas as well, going to be looking at the threat for some damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour as that line of storms continues to push southeastward there as well. So keep it right here on SiriusWX.net. We'll continue to provide live coverage through the night and coverage on our Facebook page as well at facebook.com/SiriusWeather and on Twitter at SiriusWX. Keep it right here. You're watching live coverage. We'll continue to keep you up to date. we're continuing to track severe weather across the north central portions of Kansas right now. Let's put the radar up to the current time, and you can see we have severe thunderstorm warnings, a new one including all of Ellis County. Let's take a look at that portion of the storm. It's this line of storms that is pushing through north central Kansas that is going to be capable of some damaging wind gusts. Let's come here to the southernmost portion of this line. A new severe thunderstorm warning just issued for all of Ellis County and all of Rush County, and then it's in effect for the eastern portions of Ness and Trego counties. It goes until 10:30. This line of storms moving to the east at 50 miles per hour. It's going to be capable of some 60-mile-per-hour winds and some quarter-sized hail. So again, putting that into motion for you, moving to the east fairly rapidly, and again, could be looking at some 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts there, moving through Hayes, Ellis, Bazine, and La Crosse here over the next half hour. So keep an eye on that. Hayes, you're likely going to be getting in on that, some of those damaging winds here in the next half hour or so. Further to the north, we're also tracking this line of storms continue to push eastward, moving through Phillipsburg right now as we speak, and then potentially over toward Plainville here in just a bit. We have a severe thunderstorm warning there as for the northernmost portion of that line. That's in effect until 10:30 tonight for Phillips County, western Smith County, Rooks County, western Osborne County, and that's all that are in Kansas. That goes until 10:30. That line of storms moving to the east at 35 miles per hour is going to be capable of some 60-mile-per-hour winds and some penny-sized hail. So again, affecting Phillipsburg right now, and then potentially over there toward Plainville here within the next half hour or so. So again, as we take a statewide view, you can see this line of storms continue to push eastward through central Kansas. We'll continue to monitor the risk for some damaging winds and perhaps some hail as this line of storms continues to progress eastward tonight. The tornado watch has been trimmed back here east of this line. The severe thunderstorm watch that was in effect across northwest Kansas has been canceled. So that leaves us with this tornado watch including Hayes down toward Pratt and Dodge City. That goes until 1 a.m. and then a severe thunderstorm watch here across much of northern and central Kansas. That goes in effect until 3 a.m. for this line of storms that will continue to push eastward with a risk for some damaging winds. Keep it right here on SiriusWX.net. We'll continue with live streaming radar and severe weather coverage as needed. You can also follow us on Facebook and Twitter for the latest severe weather updates. continue to track some severe storms across the north central portions of the state. Let's take a look at the radar picture. Up to the current time, you can see this line of storms continues to stretch through central Kansas. We don't have any severe thunderstorm warnings from central into south central Kansas right now. We could be looking at some gusty winds, particularly here east of Pratt, in addition to that threat for some heavy rain. But overall, it looks like not much in the way of severe weather at this point across central and south central Kansas. The main risk right now is across north central Kansas, east of Phillipsburg, heading towards Smith Center, Osborne, and down toward Natoma right now. These storms could be producing some winds up to around 60 miles per hour and perhaps some penny-sized hail as they continue to push off to the east. Excuse me, they're at around 25 miles per hour, so Smith Center and Osborne are going to be impacted by these storms and potentially winds to 60 miles per hour, and again some up to penny-sized hail as that line continues to push off to the east. Otherwise, this line has really fizzled out in terms of the severe weather threat. It looks like now we're going to be looking at an isolated risk for perhaps a damaging wind gust across the central and south central portions of the state, and the threat just going to become more for some heavy rainfall and some localized flooding as this line of storms continues to push eastward. We'll keep an eye on it though and see if it can intensify, especially this portion here from Stafford down through Pratt and Barber counties as it continues to push eastward. That would be the most likely location that may have the chance to go severe again here, but otherwise it looks like the main threat over the short term is going to be across the north central portion of the state with this line of storms as it continues to push off to the east. We still do have a tornado watch in effect for the portions of central Kansas, including Hays down toward Pratt and Dodge City. Then a severe thunderstorm watch through much of central Kansas goes in effect or continues until 3 a.m. Central Time. But again, as I mentioned, it looks like the threat over the short term is going to be across north central Kansas, and then perhaps picking up again across south central Kansas. But at this point, it looks like the severe weather threat is rather isolated, which is good news. So now we're just looking at some beneficial rainfall, much needed rainfall here through central Kansas. So keep it right here on SiriusWX.net. We'll continue the live streaming radar and periodic updates as needed as we continue to track severe weather.